Even the wind cannot blow.
I would love to have this experience like somewhere to be able to go back and look at it. And that's why I decided to stream it.
Squall and fury.
We're going to our bed. The dormitories, okay. Some time has passed since the incident in the fortress of Meripid, and your sentence here is almost finished.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life.
I don't like this theme. I don't know.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meripid! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
It did feel like forever, even though it's like, yeah, we didn't stay like, you know. It does feel like we were there forever. Let's go talk to the receptionist.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripid via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Huh?
What's happening?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Let's hurry. Like Harry Potter. A new life's beginning. He's sitting down, so it's probably all good, right?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
What earthquake? I didn't feel anything here.
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
What if everyone outside the fortress is not?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
I don't like this.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
No.
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today's the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
We were about to.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right, we did. Because she gave us the paper. Nice memory. Yup, we did.
It's you two. Are you leaving now?
I want her so bad. I want her playable and I want her in my team. I hope she's not what we expect. I hope she's not a healer. She's much more than that. Because, okay, healers are good, especially now that Furina is, like, bringing back the healer meta. But I do want her to be something more than just a healer.
That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice! Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now!
Okay, Paimon can stay here then.
Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
My god. The way we would be looking at Risley, like looking upwards, and he would like cover the whole view of our eyes, like the POV would be like, you know. Anyway, I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
She was being funny.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
Yes. Oh, no, that's alright. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
What about the people, Paimon? Why does it always have to be about your belly?
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Neuvillette was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're
Let's
going
go.
to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
We will.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
What the hell? What was that jealous scene?
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days.
Wait, maybe it's not
Tell
what
him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
I misunderstood what he meant. This is a language barrier because, you know, English is not my native language. I think he didn't want to give his regards as well. He was like, maybe your regards will do. They're enough. You don't have to say anything about me. Come on. I'm sure Neuvillette likes him as well. He's a very good person. What do I have to complete? Okay, what do I do to get rid of that? Can you remind me?
24 hours later.
That's how the story starts. Wait,
Squall Fury.
was there always so many people?
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
Huh?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
The cutest.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
I just love the Melusines so much. Okay.
Neuvillette!
Please tell us what's happening.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Oh no, the fake clock.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
It wasn't that hard.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
You and Paimon tell Neuvillette everything that happened since the primordial sea incident.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Teyvat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Okay, we're talking about our vision at the end of the previous act. Well, we saw what Child was seeing. Even though he did look unconscious, kinda.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about, Neuvillette.
Yes? What is it?
What was the tremor we felt earlier?
Ah,
The drama of Paimon flying, but feeling the tremor.
We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The Poisson.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
I can't believe this. I'm not. She's the main character of the game. She's literally the main character.
If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
Oh god!
We need to go check on her!
I can't with the Poisson.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
How many times am I gonna hear the word Poisson?
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
The
Please
Poisson.
be careful.
We have to go to the Poisson. Everyone, let's go to the Poisson. Poisson this, Poisson that. And the freaking quest is like, go to Poisson.
Oh no. What happened here?
Wait, where's everyone? Oh, from the water. All the buildings here, from the tremor. All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet. Oh my god, look at her face.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
Let's go. Everything was from the tremor.
The wind rises.
Oh, there's a person.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
No, the spoilers. In his name. Disaster victim male.
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Oh, the Spina di Rosula.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
What?
My Desiree!
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Was that all from the tremor or they dissolved? Continue looking for Navia.
Quit following me.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fly to the end of the world for Navia. I see her. I see her hair. Oh my god. I think Skymush
Navia, she's over there.
Wanderer is gone.
Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Navia.
you're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Paimon saying Poisson is going to be my notification on Twitch.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Please. Don't tell me.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere.
Oh no.
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape.
Oh.
As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
This is terrible. This is so sad.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Yeah, we're here to help.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis
Of
like
course
this.
we will help in any way we can.
You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
I love Navia so much. She's such a sweet character, and her story is really like resonating. We're missing some people.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
By the way, where are Melis and Silver?
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Oh. Navia walks around talking with many people and organizing various matters. Her decisions are clear and reasonable.
The wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course. No. No.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
That's true. That's very true.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself so hard. No. Look at her.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
Come on. This is...
What should we do?
What can we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But...
Poor Navia, she's such a tragic character. It's not fair. It's really not fair.
I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. And as for Malus and Silver, they're just... gone. I just can't...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I'm sorry.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Give me a sec. My eyes are burning a bit.
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Apparently not.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
So awful. Why is Navia going through this? I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, you can control those things, but like, she's such a sweet person.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
Jesus Christ. Ah, they're doing this on purpose.
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Oh no, I don't usually cry at all. No, I not at all. I'm never crying. I'm not a sensitive person.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help.
It's good to be able to rely to other people. I mean, we can't go through everything on our own, even if we will always be with us, like we will always be with ourselves. We can always learn to be able to depend on people, to be able to rely on others and share our pain, our happiness, everything, our dreams. It's not a bad thing to do.
Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina,
Oh.
Daisy Ray,
No, the drama of this.
Julianne.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. It's just
Esson, as well as Malus and Silver.
the Corina got me. Because the voice actor of Paimon is called Corina. That's why.
So, everyone else is safe. But still.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
It's not an easy thing to look past the sacrifices for the greater cause. Like it's not an easy feat to look past the names of those people that passed. So, but that's the thing, they didn't pass so others could live. Oh no, if Fernando is here, he's gonna hear my pronunciation. I'm sorry. I always mess up the leave and live. Yeah, it wasn't like a sacrifice of other people so others could live. It was just some people had the chance and some others didn't. It's literally a disaster. Oh, you're talking about those who went down to help people. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That, yeah, people went down to save others and those people perished. That's true. I didn't think of it that way. But yes, outside of those people though, I don't think that's I don't think I took it well. I took it completely different. But yeah, that was a sacrifice.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade.
Yeah, this should have been happening in the first place.
Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
That's so sweet of Paimon. She's maturing alongside us.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh. Really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Jesus Christ. Why is she here? She's ruining the moment.
The Knave? What are you doing here?
Jesus Christ, the Harbinger is here.
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Huh.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
I can't help but feel that they're taking advantage of a situation, but at the same time, I have a feeling that she does care for Fontaine, the Knave. Even though she has ulterior motives, I do feel she does care for Fontaine.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
The only thing that could counter the idea of the Knave actually care about Fontaine, or even if she does, what could actually push her to the side of a villain again? Because the Harbingers are supposed to be the villains, you know? But, or just not the villains, but like villains. They're supposed to not be good guys. They have their own interior motives. But I think as the more the story progresses, the more we're gonna find out that they're not exactly villains. In their story, they're the heroes, or like they're the ones who are trying to deliver justice in a way. That's how I see it. I feel the only thing that could counter everything is if the Knave or the Harbingers were responsible for the primordial water rising at the Poisson. Like, if they did something, not just in the Poisson in general, like if they did something to accelerate it, so that they took advantage of the situation and they were like, we're going to help, and here we are, we're helping you guys, so you have to think of us as allies and, you know, saviors in a way. That's the only possible scenario that I could think of, because I don't trust the Knave. I feel like it's all a facade. That's how I feel.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing.
They were already in the area. Just saying.
That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
The traveler...
I'm quite surprised.
The traveler is like... she's like... Really? That's what you've been doing, Fatui? She's like... She's suspicious.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Huh. Sus.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
She's maturing so much. Like, I didn't even know her before Fontaine, of course, but throughout the story so far, like, you see her growing and growing, and this is such a beautiful image. Like, she's such a wonderful character. I did not expect her to be this way at all when I saw the first trailer of Fontaine. I'm telling you.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
Good job, Navia. And good job, Paimon.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of.
Bouffe de Thé.
And the children need my attention.
Oh, the children. I don't know why I left so much with the Bouffe de Thé.
Paimon,
Oh
one
no.
more thing.
Oh no. What is it?
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That's exactly what I was going to tell you.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for Jolie cooperation has come?
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious.
Then we should just go there, I guess, right?
My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So, that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Oh, Linny.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
I don't trust her at all. I don't freaking trust her at all. She's exploiting every possible feeling from like a human emotion that she can. All the time. I don't know if this is visible to others, but I feel like this is what she's doing the entire time. She's manipulating everything. Everything she says, it's for a specific reason. She doesn't speak out of her butt.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
There's one emotion.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Another emotion, so that we feel that we owe to the children and her for allowing us to do that because it fetches a high price. She's exploiting everything she can.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
Of course.
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
No, I'm taking Navia with me, one way or the other. Wait, that sounds wrong, but...
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me.
No, you must live up to the hopes you have in you for your future. You need to have hopes of your own.
Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navia is strong, but she needs company right now. We can't be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Let's go. Please let me do the quest and don't. Let's go.
So, are these the ruins the Knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
You can't really see much though.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Yeah, but...
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
I'm so happy Navia is with us. You have no idea.
Swallow Fury.
Wait, there's something wrong with...
No! No. 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 Who can save me? She's playable next batch. She's fine. She's fine. Look, she's fine.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
What?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I?
What's happening?
This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Is this what's happening to the people that get dissolved? But like, are they not aware? Because they act like everything is normal.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for.
But she's not even...
I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom.
Why is it so stressful?
I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
Do you know a Bennett? I'm sorry. That was so bad. I was thinking about it in my head. I was like, should I say it?
No, it's nothing.
This should have been me.
This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
The list of the people that did not survive, right? There was a Burnett. Must be.
And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
What was the Burnett name? I'm trying to remember if it was in the list. No, in the list. Sorry.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Is it her trial, or is she going to the past? Is going to relive what happened to her father? What's happening? It's one of the two.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Oh. No.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness. Everyone's finally here.
No. It's the people, isn't it, that dissolved.
Sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here?
It's the people that dissolved,
And
yeah.
why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But Are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
This feels like the Twilight Zone.
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Is this like a nightmare, kinda? Is this like... This is like, I think... Either they all exist somewhere, after they dissolve, they exist. What if they're all floating in the primordial sea? What if they're all floating and dreaming while in the primordial sea? What if they don't get dissolved, or they get transferred somewhere else, and they are in a trance, they're like this, and they see... They keep reliving a nightmare or something. Because this feels very, like, sketchy. Not sketchy in a way, like, she hasn't died, she hasn't dissolved and is gone. She's there, she's alive, but it's only the people that dissolved. So either it's like a place that everyone who got dissolved is like locked in, or it's like her going through regret or fears. So that's why she sees the people that she's regretting that she lost in the what happened in Poisson. I think it's one of the two.
Oh, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Jesus, that was scary.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
Who is this trash?
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
So someone is behind all this. I get it now. Well, I don't get shit, but I feel like the prophecy is not a prophecy, it's a curse. Someone wants to bring all those people. They want them to dissolve, but the truth is they don't dissolve. They get trapped in some kind of dream world, some kind of trance, and it has to do with the primordial sea and something. What if the whale that we saw in the primordial sea is the one manipulating everything in order to make everyone a prisoner and wants to create its own dream world or something?
Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice?
Look at them.
Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual.
They're standing up for her.
Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Jesus Christ, I was about to cry, now I'm like...
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... it hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
I'm trying to understand without seeing the actual thing playing out. I'm trying to make my own guesses, my own theories.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
Oceanid.
Navia belongs to us.
Oceanid, yeah. I thought about that as well, but like, the reason I started thinking of the Oceanid was when they all started talking like they're a group, like the collective, like they're all like a group, like a cult, because the Oceanids see themselves as like so much separate from everyone else. They consider themselves like the whole tribe, let's say, they consider each other like a big group. Like, I don't know how to explain it in English, but like now it makes sense. Kinda, because we don't know what's happening exactly, why they're doing this.
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Huh?
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
No.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Wow. Wow, what a scene.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake? Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
Incredible. Incredible.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
They're all becoming Oceanids.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved became Oceanids.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Okay, the writing so far of the Archon quest is really, really I don't know how to describe it. Spectacular, exquisite. It's really good. They still protected her after they died, after they turned into Oceanids. And she had the chance to say goodbye in a way.
Please come with me.
And Neuvillette, MVP. I don't know how he did it, but Was it just because of their protection? No, he showed up and he just pulled her out. He must know something more than we do. Like,
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
huh?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Oh, he's considerate. Look at him growing.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
By the way, Shujuin sends her regards. This is so out of place right now.
Ah, Sijwin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
Well, to be fair, we didn't have anything else to say, I guess.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
Yes, she is. I love Shujuin.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sijwin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sijwin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert, Paimon.
So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the Knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the Knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but
So
we
she did
thought
tell
you
him.
might still be busy with all those official documents.
Interesting.
We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can get back on her feet. Navia is going to be back on her feet stronger than ever. Oh,
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
love is destructive.
I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right, another one joins the party. Let's get going then.
Who am I shooting? This looks very sus.
Looks like we've reached the end.
Did we though?
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall. What? What is on the wall? Oh! Ah!
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
It's Furina. Is it the prophecy or is it something that happened in the past?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
You can literally see her.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
Yeah.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
Basically it says that the future of this place is to be destroyed, and they're recording it here. They're writing it down, the drawing or whatever.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
That everything will dissolve, and the only thing standing will be the Hydro Archon sitting on her throne.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
This is the one I don't get. Huh?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first slate. I'm very sorry.
Let's find it right now. I have to know what's happening.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right? The order?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
The floating island in the skies, the first thing I thought about was Celestia. Can it be?
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Egeria herself. I don't know.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
What if we find the slate first? What if the slate is around here? Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. That's it. I wanted to find the slate and put it here and see. Fine, fine. I'll just take my precious chest. But before we get out of here, let me look at it one last time. So Aegeria, I think she's called, is kneeling to the floating island that has thunder. So I'm guessing it's like, I think it's celestial, like, you know, throwing like judgment. I didn't sound well. And then Furina is down here in the water. And then Furina is just crying on her throne. But like, she's surrounded by the people here. She's the one falling into the water, but they're all standing on water, or they're all in the water. I wonder if these are not people in its oceanids. Oceanids, I don't know how you call it. Neuvillette said oceanids. Wait,
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Sure, Navia.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
It's nothing, Navia.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
Thank you so much for coming, Neuvillette. You're too awesome. He was the savior there. Him and her two beloved friends.
Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Definitely. See you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I hope she talks, because what's the reason of bottling it all inside and trying to figure out how to deal with it yourself, unless there's something more at play?
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you as ever, so please don't think you're an imposition. All right, I'll be on my way then.
I love her. I love her so much. Navia and Neuvillette both depart. You and Paimon head to Spina di Rosula base at Fluvsandre. Oh, that's cool to hear, Riley.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! There's good food too! Navia, no, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon. Paimon was really sweet so far. I really liked her. She wasn't annoying at all.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's!
I shouldn't speak too soon. I should give it some time. Patience is the key.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Ah! Oh my god! You have no idea how much I love Mona. You have no idea how much I love Mona. Now you get to see it.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
What are you doing here? Huh? The Paimon face. Trying to understand if she heard correctly, or if she's going crazy.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine? I think she had a vision. Well, not vision. She saw something. Lady Magistus! Did the stars not tell you that we might meet here? Now I'm gonna say, Lady Magistus.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scryglass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Oh, it didn't matter what I said. She would say that regardless.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
Is she from Fontaine? I don't think she's from Fontaine. Even though that's what I thought in the beginning, but I don't think I can't talk. I don't think she's from Fontaine. Where is she from?
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
She is from Mondstadt. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
Oh no. She's a celebrity with a name that doesn't sell.
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
And what is it?
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
Why is she there? That's the question.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
May I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Wait. What? Barbeloth? We heard about Barbeloth during the Herzingsinkel. Oh god, I'm gonna butcher the word. Herzingsinkel. Herzingsinkel. There was a Barbeloth.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so...
It is very petty. Who does she think she is?
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Oh my god. They took after all the drama and the pain and the sadness, they went in a different route to make the people relax a bit and ease up. Because you can't always, like, all the time be, like, stressed out and sad. And I miss Mona. I missed her.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about triple appetite Paimon?
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Oh, she's worried about her from the water, the primordial.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's so good. I'm so glad you're not from Fontaine right now, Mona.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist.
Charlotte?
The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
I mean, I know it's not just Charlotte and the Steambird, but whenever I hear Steambird, it's immediately like in my head, Charlotte. Charlotte.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
What can you do, though? Can you help us in any way?
But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
The Hexenzirkel. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
I want this so badly. I want to talk to her master. I want to hear her, like, what she's going to say. And I think she did hear her master in the event with the Hexerzinkel. She did hear her voice. But I want to hear her again. I want to see her. Well, probably we won't see her.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed. That's the spirit.
They got the ass licking. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Yes, please. I would love to see you more.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Well, we were making a ruckus. Well, try to keep it down next time, Paimon. No, I'm not gonna be mean anymore. Come on.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
After the conversation, you decide to get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
With everything going there, like, it would be so hard to get some sleep and, like, actually rest and relax because, well, for us, we're not from Fontaine, so even if everything goes badly, we'd probably not be affected by the water, but we would still be able to drown, right? Imagine, like, if everything went completely, like, full natural disaster. Well, I don't know how natural you can call it, but... And then you are asleep, and then you wake up into it or something. Awful. Awful situation. We have to help them, all of them. Oh, right. I thought the door was gonna open automatically. Hey.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Yeah, what's happening?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Furina doesn't want to talk, or she's pretending she doesn't know what's happening.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
She's hiding something. And I don't know why.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
She's trying to turn it around. She's such a good actress, but...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
People have already died, Furina. They have dissolved, or whatever this means. It's not a matter of you got it all under control. You have to speak out. You have to tell us so we know what to do. If there's anything we can do.
Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Oh no. Is the Traveler going to stop her and push her? Is she crying?
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
I think I saw a tear.
She was smiling.
Was she?
She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I think I saw a tear. I'm not sure. I think I did. She seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Of course, we always eavesdrop.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
What if she was on trial? Would she say anything there? If she was the one being, judged.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
That makes sense, in a way. But can she lie there too? No, because the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Oh, okay. What if she was declared guilty by the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale?
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. Charlotte? Oh, a few days later on a boat somewhere in Poisson. I feel Charlotte could make a mess. And somehow bring everyone there and like start spreading rumors.
That's everyone, huh?
It's just not one person. Okay, I got it.
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Show me which people are here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Lynette.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
I guess Charlotte, as a journalist, a reporter, they didn't want to take the risk of telling her anything. You know, she could always ruin everything, but I feel like Charlotte would help greatly. That's my opinion. I have faith in Charlotte. I want to say, I don't know if yesterday I said I didn't have faith in Charlotte. Today I feel like I have faith in Charlotte.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Chlorine! Oh my god. I love her as well so much.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Tell me. Explain.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
The mouth of the Traveler.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
Yes, it counts.
I'm afraid not.
No!
You may or may not have heard.
Exposed.
But Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
So sweet.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
Yes, you are.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit.
No.
I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
You do you, Femine. I trust you.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
Nice, Paimon. Nice.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind.
There's the machinery showing us already that she's keen on using, like, what do you call them? Construct.
I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Oh, she did. Yes, she did.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
Oh, that's horrible.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I wouldn't hunt. No, he was never really a dragon, right? He was born in this form, so what I was about to say wouldn't make any sense.
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
He's
kind, as always.
He's so kind,
However,
so
our
gentle.
intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
You need a journalist. I'm sorry, a reporter. I think she's a journalist, though. I think she's both, a journalist. I think she has said she's a journalist, but also she's a reporter. I'm stuck with Charlotte now.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
chlorine-sounding metaphor was just a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because this is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secret she's keeping. Attempting to take her secret is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Yeah, but Fremine is always like this. I still trust him to do whatever he's assigned to. Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
What? What's up?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that?
Huh?
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Nicole?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Oh, we've heard a voice before. At the end of Sumeru. Well, not at the very end, but at the end of the Archon quest, I think it was. Oh, wait. Was it the Archon quest? I think it was with the aftermath with with Wanderer.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
No, I haven't.
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
I want all the witches too. I want the whole Herzog. I want all the Archons. I want all the Harbingers. Well, almost all the Harbingers, because so far I'm not very invested in Capitano and Dottore. Really, Dottore, I dislike him. But the witches. I think what you told me is true. Like, my friend is saying, imagine if they all work together. Like, I think they will. I think at the end they're all gonna go against Celestia. The Archons, the Fatui, with the Harbingers, of course, and the witches. I think they will all form like a big ass group.
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Oops. Let me connect my controller. My battery ran out. Jesus Christ. Who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Mona spoke to her master and her master told to her to help us. Friend's disciple? So this is one of the friends of Mona's master? The enigmatic N of the Hexerzirkel? Hexenzirkel. I'll have to learn how to say it fast. Hexenzirkel. Allow me to ask you.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed?
There it is again. Fate.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I think she's trying to tell us if we believe that we have the power that can go against gods. Basically, this is what she's telling us. Do we think we are capable of being even greater than gods or comparable? And I think we do. We are not from this world. We are called descendants, right? And we have powers that are able that affect, well, all the powers of Teyvat affect us differently from other people. So we are like the glitch in the Matrix, as they say. I don't know how to say it. I haven't even watched the movie The Matrix. If that's from the Matrix, I guess. Anyway, enough exposure. The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well, because she's drinking it.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
I wonder if she's like she put some tea. She was able to make the tea like carry her voice, and the more she talks, the more the tea is like going down, like she's drinking it or like consuming it, whatever. And when it finishes, it's over. This is so cool. This is so freaking cool. I want to see more of the witches. Let's concentrate though. I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
The only guide. What about Paimon? She's our guide. All you need to do is play your part? Really?
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
She was drinking the tea, okay.
The voice. It's gone.
Mage Anne, is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. Oh god, so fast. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Ah! The freaking comeback, she wasn't having any of it.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona, welcome back.
Mona!
How have you been this past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Yes.
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Don't worry, someone already helped us.
Huh?
She didn't know?
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Her master didn't even bother to tell her, okay, I will see what I can do. She just left her like this.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
Every time I hear about them, I'm just fanboying like crazy. They're like the most interesting part so far for me in Genshin. Like, I want to know everything about the witches. I have a feeling like I'm going to love them. And the fact that I love Rosaria and she was part of the event and she listened to the witches, she was there when the whole thing happened, was also very fun for me because she does look like a character that could be like a witch, you know? I know she's not, but still, you know?
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well,
what?
Suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Who, if they were still alive?
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
I lost track of everything because I started thinking of my own fantasies.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? I think that's what she basically said. Play along. Just play along, and you will find the opportunity that when the gods do not have their gaze upon you. So there's going to be a vital moment that we'll be able to like make use of those words. Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed.
Your signature line. Fate cannot be swayed, nor can it be reversed. It can only be... Oh god. Anyway.
But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel.
She believes in miracles.
Also be beautiful.
That is very good. I didn't expect her to be like this. I mean, you know, people who usually are able to see like visions of something in the future, like they have this kind of ability, let's say. They usually tend to go with it. They're like, oh, this is what's going to happen. But it's good to believe that nothing is predetermined. It's a very good thing. Because when you know that nothing is predetermined, when you feel like that, you don't allow everything to go, you know, to flow without any impact from you whatsoever. You are more active. You don't leave everything to fate.
Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think as well.
I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
No, where are you going? Don't worry about it and thank you, but don't leave us.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Wonderful.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona
Yes.
said. But also kind of sad, too.
Yeah, both.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Go to the newsstand. Okay. Like, that's what I got as well from all this, that they're basically telling us to just go with the flow, and there will be an opportunity for change, and we will be able to see that opportunity, and we will make the change. So yeah, I'm going for it.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Did Neuvillette do something as a trap for Furina? Or we're just famous?
Let Paimon see!
Maybe Charlotte did something, or Mona.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess
Okay.
Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Okay.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Yeah, that's what she's doing. What can she do? It's her job.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Oh god. Paimon, please. Continue moving. Continue moving forward.
Swan Fury.
I'm moving up.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Please don't show me food. I'm so hungry. I'm barely seeing. Barely sitting. Barely standing, I would say, but I'm sitting, so.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Yeah, I'm going for it. It hasn't already sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
We can't let anyone get ahead of us, even though there's no one around us.
One slice of cake, please.
Never mind.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, Sadine?
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
Oh no. The gossip about our food habits.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
I can't. It's so fucking. It's so freaking adorable. I can't.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
I can't.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
Paimon, shut it.
But why would it close?
No.
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe
Oh no.
goddess will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, Paimon is traumatized. She's depressed. She's becoming she's depressed.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
Oh my god, I want to live by those words. I want to live by those words. I want to live by those words. Yes. That.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
That's a very good way of thinking. Just live today. Just do what you want to do in the day. No. I'm sorry, it was something else.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
No, don't take them away from me.
These 2 slices are for you.
Aw.
Sichuan said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sichuan?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Can you tell me why Sichuan looks like a baby human but not a Melusine?
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
This is torture, I want to eat.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You 2 try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Oof. They're tempting me like crazy. You share a glance with Paimon and snarf down the cake.
Than last time, and the flavor gets even better with the sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
We will, Paimon. Fontaine will survive this. I promise you that. Fontaine will survive this. I will do whatever I can.
We're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Oh god. She has an attitude way before we see Charlotte.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Yes, we have.
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split? No, why would I say that? Do we really feel this way? I mean, that's what they do. Take advantage of whoever they can to write the articles, but I don't think Charlotte has a bad... Yeah, I don't think Charlotte is like that at all.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
Excuse me.
It's alright, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Okay, you won over Paimon. It's over. Okay, it's done.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
There you go. She said it.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all
I've
of a
just
sudden?
heard about the food. Oh, I know. Yes.
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Sure.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
It's okay. Let's talk to her. I like her.
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah. Are we even qualified enough?
You're more than just qualified.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Okay.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Bye, Charlotte.
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
Or wait, Paimon. Wait, Charlotte.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
She's depressed. The Paimon is fully depressed.
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Very interesting.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Paimon is like having existential crisis. She's like, let's go there. Let's do that. Let's do this.
Pretty soothing combo, huh?
She feels like the time is ending soon and she wants to do things before that. She's trying to figure out. This is very sad. Having this war inside of you and like going through it.
Paimon's been thinking.
Yes.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Good question.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? Just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
What about my sibling? The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. Next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at the Fleur of Chandre. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Paimon, don't say that loud.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Mirapede.
Are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
It's starting.
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
It was bound to happen. Imagine having a god. Imagine having a god in your place, in your country, in your even your own town. The god of your nation. And you know there's a prophecy coming that might destroy everything and kill everyone, and then you're just waiting for it to happen. Like your god doesn't even... The sounds outside. Your god doesn't even tell you like what's happening, what are you doing about it? Like, are you actually doing something about it? Are you gonna stop it? Is it true?
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
Aren't gods supposed to know the answers and like be able to deal with something like a calamity? Isn't this why they're called gods? Don't they have the powers?
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Is it possible that she went back to those ruins we were with the slates? And has the first slate with her?
That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Bye, Isadora. Oh god, the look they give to each other, what the hell?
Sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Yeah, let's go. You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Neuvillette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
Yeah. You can tell.
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today.
I have to see her story. I have to learn about her story because I feel like she might even have the saddest story out of everyone so far regarding the Archons, and you know, I want to see what's happening with her. Well, not today, but you know.
Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective's done you some good. Looks like those detective novels had an effect on you. No, the first one. I see becoming a detective's done some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come! This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
Literally.
Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Supposedly.
Quit following me.
Wait, that's Furina?
Behold!
Please don't drop my Scout Wanderer down. Okay. He's gliding down.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Shh!
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
No, she's crying.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
No.
Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Why do you have to act like this? What are you trying to hide?
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Go, please. I literally saw you like, you were talking out loud as well. You weren't even trying to hide it.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Marsh Dose Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough, Furina. The voice acting, first of all, it's incredible. Top tier. But please stop trying to act, Furina. I mean, tough. And act in general. Not the actress. Furina.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
What? What do you mean after her?
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Could this be the second part of the prophecy? that the people will get angry maybe with her, and that's why they were circled around her, because they're throwing her like a sacrifice, full of hate.
That's against the rules.
Maybe they'll think that she can save them in that way.
Furina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her! This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina!
Oh my god, Paimon, shush!
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
Come to Paimon, oh, so cute.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Finally, we're spending some time with Furina, like, completely alone. I feel like this is crucial for her to start trusting us and be able to open up. Though I doubt she will, Not yet. I feel not yet.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden. This place is not what I call soundproof. I want to say this one.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Oh no.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Oh god. We just started the quest again, and the first thing I hear in the first, 10 minutes? Not even 10 minutes. It's Paimon's Poisson.
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Furina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourself as Furina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
Do you want to tell us what happened? Do you want to tell us the story? I know she's been putting an act for so long that I feel like maybe now it's the perfect time to realize that if you really think there's no salvation, there's no running away from it, just speak to us and tell us.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Yeah, but you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
Exactly. Exactly.
Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Yeah, but you also need to speak out. Look at her, she's so adorable.
Well, that's enough for now.
God.
I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
I should never speak. In general, I should never open my mouth and speak.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Oh, okay, official.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
She was. She's scared of being honest. For some reason. We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your... No, the first one. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Share my burden.
Well, it's like you say, whatever you choose, it's the same thing. But I feel it's important to showcase what how I would respond in this situation. Like, that's what I would say. Because it's easy to if you say something like your people are willing to share the burden with you, it's something that it can be so easily get countered by her. Like, she could easily say, my people are already chasing me to take me down. My people don't trust me. My people would never believe me or whatever. But like, let's see.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. I'll say the second one. Just share it with me. I am what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Neuvillette from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Neuvillette is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Yes. Very well put.
If that's the case...
Yes. There's no time left. Please, Furina, just spit it out. Just spit on me, Furina. I'm sorry, I'm obviously not meaning that. Jesus Christ. Oh god. She's about to spit it and cook it. Huh? Oh, wait. What?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
I'm so confused.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial?
Okay, I got it. I got it. It was the plan. We wanted to trap her, and we trapped her. That was all a trap for her to stand on trial. Okay. It took me a bit. It took me a bit because I was thinking when the house opened and she was in the trial room, in the court trial room. My head went in a different direction. I thought she was about to show us what happened to her. She was about to tell us the story of Focalor. And we were gonna witness it like it was happening right now. But nope, that's not what happened.
In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Jesus Christ.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
Puzzled audience member. Hello?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you.
How?
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
This is not helping the case though. Like the whole acting, the whole overacting of hers right now, it's like that's not what the people need. All those words. She needs to, well, they do need to hear a lot of words, but these are not the right ones, I think.
Woohoo!
Oh wait, never mind. Okay, that worked. That was easy.
Oh, now we're making history.
They're still being deceived though. This is not a good look. At least for me. Yeah. His patience is running.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
It's us. I knew it. Of course it's us.
Is that so?
Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay though. As long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure out everything out. So whatever happened, now everyone will have to know.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
How much work? It was easy. You fell for it.
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
It's harsh. I don't mean it. It sounds very harsh to say that.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Oh, look at them. They're all there. Our playable characters.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
I mean, it was pretty obvious, wasn't it? But I didn't get it back then. But not for Furina, obvious. But like when they went next to the house and Paimon and the Traveler were just standing next to it like this, and they were looking at her and they were like, "Here, Furina, this is the place we should go now. Come on, this is where we should hide." It was like just the tiny two and the house like next to them. It was really obvious. But even I fell for it because I forgot completely that I wanted to trap her like this. And when they said she should be on Poisson, it's time to go there, like let's find her. Yeah. I figured it out after Linny and everyone was like there and they revealed it afterwards.
That's right. That house was a magic box rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're awesome, Linny.
You're welcome?
She didn't know if she should take it as a compliment. Well, she took it as a compliment.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That was another hint. Paimon was like, "Oh, it probably is just another, what do you call it? Bad thing." No, like another disaster. Paimon was like, it's probably just another disaster, like Poisson, somewhere out there. It's okay, Furina. Keep talking.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to
come. Sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Neuvillette and Cloran's parts.
No, the poor Clorand. I'm sure she feels guilty. Clorand is a baby. Clorand is a baby that tries to act tough. And is very tough. Don't get me wrong. But she's also like a baby.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler,
she liked it.
I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
You guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hope that you'd share your secret with us. It doesn't matter what I choose. We hope that you'd share your secret.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh,
Hey Charlotte, we're up here. So awkward. Like we're judging a god right there, and Paimon is like, hey Charlotte, we're up here too. Like, anyway. The music stopped at a very convenient moment.
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Charlotte MVP.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's a super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it. No, it's a super practical gift. I want Paimon to take out the glasses and the mustache.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Yes.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Became Lini's attorney.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
There it is. The Vacher.
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Though Neuvillette believed Child to be innocent, the Oratrice judged him as guilty in the end, and even Furina didn't know why.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
During the diplomatic meeting with the Knave, she revealed that she had already probed Furina on her own and believes it is possible that not only is Furina not really the Archon, but that she's actually afflicted with some sort of curse.
The Fortress of Mirror.
Very important, this one. This is like huge. But of course, it's not based on actual proof, but it's still huge. Wait, I mean, it is proof. Because she didn't have the nosis. Gnosis. Sorry. The intrusion of the primordial sea into the fortress of Meropide. The entrance to the primordial sea sailed beneath the forbidden zone in the fortress of Meropide, and recently the primordial sea has nearly broken out. It was only temporarily pushed back by Neuvillette's power.
The Fortress of Meropide was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
I can't. Every time I look at Navia, I just want to protect her. I want to hug her. I want to tell her that I will always be there for her. I know it sounds very... I love her, okay? I love her. She's my favorite character from Fontaine. She's very special as a character. That's the thing. She's very special. While exploring the ruin near Poisson, it began to collapse and Navia fell into the water containing primordial seawater. Only the protection of the dead members of the Spina di Rosula prevented her from dissolving.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Tea time with N. Anne communicated with you by connecting your consciousness. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but that you needn't give up all hope. I think we're ready. That was good. That is very, very good. I love it. Charlotte, MVP.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Bring it. I'm ready.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Oh my, it's happening. A fraud. No. Is she really just a fraud?
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Neuvillette was so fast.
Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
But of course not.
Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true
The
Archon.
mother of dragons, of Oceanids, member of the Seven. So many references from shows and stuff in my head.
Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I don't like this. I don't like that we're outing her like this. Even if she's not the Archon, she must have a really good reason, you know, to hide the fact that she's not the Archon. But then who is the Archon? Is it Neuvillette? But no, Neuvillette. Anyway, theories now. I guess this is I don't think this is the only way for her to open up. She almost opened up to us earlier, but then we messed up. Fine, if we have to do it the hard way.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief. I think we can turn the people around. If we have enough evidence and if we say the right things, I think it's possible to actually make them believe that... to start doubting her badly. But I don't know if I feel like this is going to hurt. I don't know, I have this feeling. The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
I couldn't know. Can I?
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Could be the curse that the... what's her name? Well, the Knave said. I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? Choose the most... I think it's this one.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the Knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
So, Furina, instead of an Archon, you could just be a cursed human.
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Is this really it? She's just a cursed human? Oh no, she is.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
Do we have any proof for that?
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Yeah, but you didn't know why the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale showed Tartaglia as guilty, even though he wasn't. So you don't really know how the thing you're supposed to know of how it works.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
She gave it freely to us now, to use that information I just said. Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the oratrice at all. That easy.
You tried to reference the oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Neuvillette is so done with Furina. He just wants to know exactly what the hell is going on. He knows. He just really wants to hear it.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Sorry.
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me.
Now you lost me there. She was like, yes, The Hydro Archon? You lost me there. Furina, please speak out.
It is true that I did not know why the oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the oratrice.
Then, Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
We're not telling you to kill them. Just prove it somehow. Show us your power.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
He's not letting her be.
You don't need to go that far.
Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision. A brief demonstration of your powers over Hydro should be quite harmless.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! all Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Oh my, she's losing it now. She's getting desperate.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Yeah.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us?
It's happening.
And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Oh, this is awful. This is so bad for her.
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like
Can we
she really
use?
doesn't want to give up.
Can we say about Neuvillette and what he did in the Poisson? No, was it the Poisson? No, the Meropede, the tower. If we can't prove that she's in the Archon, we can try to prove that she's just a human. And if she's only human, so we can't say about him. So it's Neuvillette is not an Archon. I'm guessing it's... Can we use this? How would that work though? What is the question anyway? What evidence can prove that Furina is a human? Americas, no. Can we say that? But what? We're gonna throw water at her and see if she dissolves? That's awful.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, this doesn't work. Okay, I got it. I'm just clicking everything now. Because I try to understand the logic. That was my first choice, but it talks about Neuvillette, not about Furina. How can this help us? Oh, right. This can help us because Neuvillette actually has the power to stop it, but she hasn't done anything, right? Oh my god. The truth behind the serial disappearance. It turns out Fontanians can be dissolved by water. Over the years, Vasher kidnapped. Yes. What about that?
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea.
Yes.
And that means...
Yes.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
That is awful. I understand what they're trying to do. But this is awful. I wouldn't even joke like that for this. Like, even if, as memes to prove that she's human. I wouldn't joke. It's a terrible thing that's happening. But I can understand their reasoning. They want to save everyone. But I still feel very bad for her.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Oh no, she's getting, what's the word? What's the word? She's getting, come on. Not a penalty, but like a, whatever.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice.
A warning.
I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives.
And right here, this water I'm holding in my hand can dissolve whoever it touches in here. Do you see this? I'm sorry, it's not funny. And then I was literally saying I shouldn't joke. They shouldn't joke about it. And then, enough.
Including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Oh my, it's there.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
Nice, Navia. Even though this is an awful thing, I'm so happy to see her like stand up for the people, and like she's being there, like she's a powerful figure. Like people would get to know how powerful she is and how strong she is as a person, and she's gonna prove that to everyone, and especially to herself.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Furina?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
She didn't know. She didn't know if she's able to be dissolved, but if the curse is active, I think she's protected by the curse. Even though I don't know what kind of curse it is, but I feel like the curse will be protecting her.
Hey!
She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Now I don't believe her even more. Now she basically made it even worse for herself, in my eyes at least. I don't know what the people here who will probably be like, yeah, she proved it, she's the Archon. Yeah, no way Miss Furina would be able to do that if she wasn't the Archon. Woohoo!
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Don't
be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
Sidwin is here. I never expected that.
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Sidwin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Wait, I need to understand. The adverse effects of exposure. What is adverse? Should I Google it? Let me Google it. Adverse meaning. Adverse. Harmful. Harmful. So basically, Furina was experiencing the harmful effects. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed. Okay, so she got exposed to the same effects. Yeah, I got it. So she did get affected.
Thank you, Miss Sidwin. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur.
Oh, they tricked her, and they tricked me as well. I was angry for a minute.
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe you...
But what's really going on here? Furina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. Can't, yeah. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
No, I wanna hug her. I feel so bad for her, and I don't even know why yet.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
The Danganronpa vibes I get. It feels like it's about to be
According
a
to the judgment
punishment.
of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is
guilty.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Innocent.
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh, okay. Because I saw it in a different way. That, like, in my head it was like she's innocent because she wasn't, like, she was forced to do that or something. That's how I see it now. Wait, I can.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
The one who's behind the Oratrice wants Furina dead for their own personal gain. There's something bigger going on, and they want Furina dead. That's why they're doing this.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences.
It's the whale. It's the whale. That's why they declared Child guilty. Because they wanted Child to be trapped into the Meropide fortress so they could get closer to him and... Something like this. It's something like this. It's something like this. I know it. I know it. I know it.
Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is that instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon. That's true. It did say the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Can you please tell me what the hell is happening?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Baby Fremine? What's happening here?
Is the trial still going?
Huh?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help from the other, Fatui Fremine brings a stone slate.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Oh my! I forgot about that.
Huh. So the Knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Wow, so it was somewhere underwater.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
It's still not too late for you to shine. Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings. Huh?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Are the people of Fontaine Oceanids that became people because of the Hydro Archon? Wait, whatever.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
Hey Zero, hi there, how are you doing? I'm so terrified of the conclusion of this, of the reveal.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
I feel like Furina is gonna go down and she will start saying what's happening. She will come down and start saying what's the situation. An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
You're playing Stariel? Really? Are you? Oh, that's awesome. Do you like it? Let's see. Select to check the descriptions on the stone slates to exact key information from them. It's happening. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate's contents in the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. And when you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Like right now, my theory is that all the people of Fontaine are originally Oceanids, and what the primordial water is doing is it's turning them back into Oceanids. Would that make sense? And I'm trying to place Furina into this. Was Furina like the scapegoat of the whole situation? Did someone have to get some curse in order for everyone else to... I can't make the connection to Furina. I can't. I'm so happy to hear that, Zira. I'm happy to hear that you're playing it and you're enjoying it. You should enjoy the story. It's very good. And the music. Okay.
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
This is shocking. Is it really this?
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky.
There's
and
the bitch Celestia.
and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
So they were not happy, right? They were not happy of the Oceanids. How did she pronounce it? Oceanids. Of the Oceanids turning into people. That's why they got judgment down upon them?
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Okay, it's starting. Native 4K on PS5, it's really tasty. Oh, I really want to play on 4K, but I don't have the computer is not good enough to handle 4K for now. For now. So, let's do this. Prophecy 1, verify the truth. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon using the divine power to turn Oceanids into people. This is it.
That doesn't sound...
She saw the Oceanids though. She saw the Oceanids. Then it's this one.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Humans who turn into Oceanids. Okay. It shows, yeah, but the heavens still brought judgment upon them. I think this fits.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Neuvillette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
The Hydra Archon who was sentenced to death, a sentence never before passed in the Court of Judgment, has been handed down to the Hydra Archon. Just what kind of sin merits such a verdict? Prophecy Slate 3. The stone slates in the ruin showing the prophecy describe a history of the future. This is the third slate. It shows the Hydra Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. Navia.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment.
I skipped it, my mistake. Can I rehear it? No. Oh well. This is the fourth slate. It shows a scene that is basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Fontanians will eventually be dissolved into the sea, and the Hydra Archon will sit alone on her throne and weep. Can it be this one? I wanted to use the tea time with N, okay? That's why I chose it. I wanted to use tea time with N. That was the only reason. Don't judge me.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Oh no, it's happening.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
No, it's not the same as Genshin. I will send you on Discord my UID of Stariel.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
That was a starting point that we really got shooketh.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light.
So, Furina, who are you? Are you an oceanid that what? Verification complete. I'm so stressed out like crazy.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
I mean, if they're all oceanids, oh my.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that all Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Wow, the camera work and the effects. Ooh.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontanians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Oh no.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known. And now Furina is gonna go down, or she's gonna talk from up there and tell us what happened. I'm telling you.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Okay.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information.
Yeah, but you couldn't because there were
recorded in
3
the
slates. Yeah, okay.
Now that the slate
I'm sorry.
collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Please tell me. Please tell me. I can't take it anymore. I have to know.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
They're all Oceanids.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
What a revelation. Oh my, what a revelation.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
What is the third slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
And then the Hydro Archon would be sitting on her throne, weeping. I'm just gonna say the first one, the exclamation marks. I don't want to talk.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
It's the words of N now. Tea time with N. We can't escape it, but we shouldn't give up. That's not exactly what she said, but you know. It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
It wasn't that.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? The ultimate proof. What is the source
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Child. Child. The whale. What is the true source of the catastrophe? This. Wait. Wait. I need to see what's happening. I have to put something for each thing? No, it's here. The prophecy's disaster will likely spread from here. This one. This is it.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
So everything is prophesizing the return of that whale. Neuvillette, that's not working. A seal? Oh my god. The poor people. Imagine the horror. No! No! Child. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Neuvillette and child. Yeah, go back into your hole. Child. Oh, he went back in.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Yes, and it's the one that child also saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Where's Furina?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Oh.
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Child. Oh. Okay. Let's go. I'm not gonna say it now. That whale up.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
He looked exhausted. He looked like he has been doing this for a while.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
He did.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Why? What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
This is so scary. This freaking portal is so scary. And of course, what he says.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
Oh, everyone is pumped up.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Remember the words of Anne. Remember.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Wait, but if this is all about fate?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Are the hidden corners inside the portal? Is that a hidden corner because they don't have access there, they cannot see?
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
I should go in there. Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there is still a way to save everyone? Yes. Yes. We're saving everyone. We're fucking saving everyone. Did I miss something? I miss Furina. Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret? Please. Oh no, the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal.
What's happening with the oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina!
She's depressed.
No, I still need answers.
What? 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 Okay, I'm very confused. Whoa.
You.
That's not Furina. I mean, it looks like her, but I don't think it's Furina. Is it?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
Furina?
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
What?
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril.
I'm so confused.
So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
And what did you do?
I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
What?
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
That's fair. Yeah, it is a mess that she left. But she had good intentions.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Okay, so Furina Fossalor was an Oceanid. She became a god, but she separated her body and spirit? Huh? Separated her divinity. So she only left her self as the first day she was a human. That's what she left behind. Her past self. A baby, basically, she left behind.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina.
Jesus Christ.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
This is very tragic and also very beautiful in a way. It's like very poetic. She separated herself, her divinity from, she took the divinity away and she left behind the self of herself when she first was a human. So she really didn't know how to be a human. That was new to her. And she left that person alone. And then that person turned out to be the way that she actually wanted to become. Wow.
Anyway, so then I cursed her.
What?
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Wow.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydra Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
I never expected anything like this. I'm just shocked.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Wow. Wow.
It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
500 years. 500 years she was going through that. I came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydra sensitivity, I can form an emotional connection just like I did with that Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? Furina? What is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Furina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't look
There
at
is
me.
no need to state your name.
Don't
Just be
look
off
at
with
me.
you. Do not distract me from my performance.
We can see both what she's saying and what she's thinking, basically. I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Just let the stage lights go off, please. It's oh god.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her, even if even in her heart of hearts is still playing the role of the Hydra Archon. She has imagine living 500 years as someone you're not. Imagine acting for 500 years. She started acting so early in her life, basically. Like, the moment she came down to this world, she had to act. I don't know when Focalor told her to do that, but like, she separated herself from her, and then she said she had to play that part. I don't know if it was day one, but probably, right? I can't understand how she was able to take all this. You know, some people are, you know, some people that are actors get so invested into the role. They get so immersed into the role of the character they play, and they start to think like that person. They can play the character for like 2 days or like a week or a month or whatever, a year, and they get immersed into it, and they start thinking like the character, they start feeling like the character. That's their job, you know? They want to act. They like acting, and they do their job, basically. Imagine playing a role for 500 years of someone else, but not getting joy out of it. Imagine being someone else for 500 years, but you're not actually getting joy from that. It's not a job. It's like a curse, because you're cursed to be someone you're not. And you can't even live your own life the way you want to. This is heartbreaking. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? Impenetrable defense. I have to find a way. Turn off all the spotlights. Yes, immediately.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Time to shine!
Barbados, guide us.
Squall and Fury.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Oh, I'm taking care of the guards. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Literally. Literally. What an awful, poor thing. Poor baby. Like, this is the worst. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Oh god, it's the pools for Staril. The tickets. We're pooling for a 5-star. I'm sorry. Either way, it looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, Show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror, Furina. Now that's different. Wow. This is so unique. This is so incredibly unique right now.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Wow. She did not know. She did not know anything. She just had vague memories. That, like, of things, but...
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Somewhat? Somewhat?
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
Wow. That's what happened, actually. That's exactly what happened. Her pain and the people of Fontaine.
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you. Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
Tell her. What are you going to tell her?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2, Ascension speeds Furina. Accession, not Ascension. Accession. She's, yeah, you can feel the character. She's manipulating herself as if it was another person. Well, she separated herself. She separated herself into a different person. Well, the person she used to be. And that person now, it's separate completely.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession.
Accession.
But this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all.
I don't want to be seeing all this. I know, it's really good, but it's hurting me inside. Like, I don't want to see her, how she started being the Archon, how she acted it, how she was forced, and how she had hopes for a better tomorrow. And then she did that for 500 years. I don't want to see it. It's awful.
This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
At least you do it for such an important reason. Fizzle is just Fizzle. Oh, she liked it.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
And now the lights are closing. You know why they're closing? Because they're not anymore suspicious of her, so they don't act as how do you call it? They don't act as like flashlights on her, like I don't know how to say it in English. Ugh, I'm missing my words. Because she's turning them off, basically. She's the one turning them off. That's what I want to say. She's turning them off with her acting. That's what she has to do.
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
She's giving the people what they want.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Summon courage resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice.
And now she walks into the spotlight because she has fully taken in the role. She's brave enough to just put the act. That's how she became who she became. Wrong. That's how she played the role she played for 500 years. Because in reality, she never became who she was acting to be.
We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship.
Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine!
And the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
What a performance. What a freaking performance by the voice actress. Incredible. Scene 3, Opera House, Furina.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
She's waiting for the final one.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
Funny thing is, she was also lacking the ability to grasp it. Because she didn't know the full story, did she?
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Living is trying to be fair in a world that isn't based on justice. Yeah.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
I feel like now we're starting to see the downsides of her acting as the Archon. Giving hope to people that doesn't offer anything else. She's a god, but she's not. And she has power, which she hasn't. It's like... she's just an actor.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I thought the previous one was gonna show us that she was trying to give hope to people that you're gonna be better, like regarding health matters. I thought she was like trying to help them, but not really. She wasn't capable of doing something more. That's what I got from the previous one, but I don't think it was that. I think it was to show us that she did care about people and she was trying to do her best with what she had. It's one of the two. We'll see. If the person comes back and says my son has passed or whatever, we'll know. But now it shows us that she actually still tries to hear if the prophecy is getting closer, right?
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
And what an awful story for her. The poor thing. She doesn't even know, like, anything. All she knows is what her other self said, and that's it. She doesn't know anything. She's just like a newborn thrown into the flames. Well, no, that's not a good parallel. But you know. If you know a prophecy, you're actually acting different as you would, so tell someone the future changed. The fears of the future always was. Good question. Oh. And then when she goes back to bed and she has no spotlights on her.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
Wow.
Alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House, Furina. Is this now?
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Imagine doing all that for 500 years.
Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Oh.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
Can I just hug her and never let her go? No. Because the whole point of her is to be free. But like, I feel so bad. This is terrible. It's literally terrible. So much suffering for just a poor baby.
I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
She's going early. She doesn't do anything than act. She doesn't have her own life. Scene 182,375.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Torture. Torture.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
She almost told us.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Opera House, Furina, and Traveler.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice. Is this scene from when we were within the giant magic box? Yeah. Yep. This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone.
Our words. These are our words.
Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Neuvillette from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Neuvillette is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Yes.
If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I?
Yes.
But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price.
This is the complete opposite of what she was acting to be. She was acting like she was the god of justice who couldn't see past her own ass. And it's the complete opposite. All she can see are the people of Fontaine. Fontaine itself.
No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish.
Oh. Oof.
But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
I can't believe it.
Such an outrageous thing to do anyway. To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows. Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yep.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself.
Wow. Just wow. That's all. She deceived herself and herself deceived everyone. Up to the point that she started deceiving herself as well.
She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber.
That's true. I forgot about that.
It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Yes.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's nosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
So that's why the Gnosis was nowhere, and that's how everything came to be. Okay, now I understood more.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth.
I told you I shouldn't be speaking. They all counter whatever I say. They make me feel like a fool after.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
She's sacrificing herself.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
What?
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me,
That's the continuation.
justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
What the hell? Jesus Christ. Okay. Please. Give her a chance. Give her the freedom, finally. Finally. Jesus Christ, the music.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Wow. He's crying. Fucking hell. Ooh. Wow. Jesus Christ. Okay, when is Neuvillette coming back? When is his banner coming back? I need to spend a few heroes. Okay. That was too powerful. That was way too powerful. I don't know what to say right now. Like, I have no words. I just gonna go with a story. And yeah, I will talk when I feel like when it's appropriate. I feel like I just want to see more at the moment. I'm just gonna say this was the strongest thing I've seen in Genshin so far. For me, this was the strongest kind of scene that gave me the most of emotions. Like I was changing from emotion to emotion. I was trying to understand exactly what was the whole like idea behind everything, because there was always something more. We kept learning more and more, and there was always something extra at the end. It didn't feel complete, you know. It felt like something was amiss. And now it's like all came together and made a perfect, you know, a perfect like blend.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Yes.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
Yes.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Oh, Neuvillette.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Oh, it can be destroyed now.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Oh, I will execute it.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's destroy it. Is that Wanderer? That hat? I saw a hat. No way, Wanderer would be there. Wait, it's my Wanderer. It's my Wanderer. Oh my god, wait, I'm not ready.
I've done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the world. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share the power of the ancient dragon.
Jesus Christ.
We shall look for an opening together.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid. last week I gave my account to my friend to do this boss because I didn't want to miss the weekly rewards, but they did it through the easy way and I didn't see the fight, so this is my first time experiencing it. So let's go. No, I didn't use Furina's ultimate. Oh my god, I can play this.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
We'll see about that.
Ah! What am I supposed to do? The music. The music, guys, the music.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its roots from within.
We'll see about that.
Wait, what? What's happening? Did I win? Oh, I won. That was easy. Kick it. Or that. What are you doing to it? Are you throwing it away somewhere? No, it's not you.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
What did she do to the child? Trash. Why did she throw him like that? The poor thing. He was unconscious. Also, her design is by far, in my opinion, the best design. I do love some characters' designs as well, extremely. Like, I do love Sunha's design. I do love Rosaria's design. Characters like that. But what the hell? I love her stockings, if they're stockings, I don't know. Where's child? Why did you throw the whale and the child in the same portal? Oof.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
What? That was a short private training session and pet?
Oh, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
What? Master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Wow, Paimon's memory. Paimon, I'm impressed.
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
To him, she desperately needs other people that she can talk to. Look at us. We're an interesting bunch.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand,
Managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
Jesus Christ, her design, my god.
So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Okay, the wrong text.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
No, I feel bad for it now. I'm joking, I don't feel bad for it. I hate it.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
Literally.
So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Him?
His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous.
What?
How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Was that part of Sumeru somewhere? The Fowl, the word the Fowl, or we never heard of it? Because I remember something, but it could be because I play Stariel as well. Does the Stariel have the Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Gold Rhine-daughter? We know Rhine-daughter, don't we? But I thought it was a she.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
What?
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
I'm so confused.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
I mean, of course. It's me.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
What?
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
I don't think so. We have Neuvillette.
What?
There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. No. It is natural after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. I mean, we did, yes, but I don't want to be mean to Paimon. Not here. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
There you go. We knew that as well. It is known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Wow.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Wait. Wait. Does this mean that all the Oceanids will return back as humans now? No.
Hey! Help! Over here!
It's the ship of... Wait, no, the water. I thought it was the big ship of the... What's his name? Oh, it is! It is! Risley!
All hands initiate emergency rescue!
It's Noah's Ark! Risley's Ark.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
And the babies! Oh. Fremine. They're saving everyone.
Look! The water's receding!
They're all fine.
It's a miracle! Water's receding. We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright? We're safe. The prophecy was wrong.
You can finally live your life.
The soil renewed. The Divinity Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Divinity Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's...
Stop with the Poisson! I can't hear any more Poisson! Poisson is the new oratrice mécanique de l'Église cardinale. I can't take any more Poisson! Oof. When it showed Navia, I had a hope that her friends were gonna be turned back into humans and they were gonna be alive. But then I realized that it was more about the people being rescued now. But all those people... The baby's like on the hooks coming up on the ship. I knew this was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. It wasn't random that Risley was like, there's a ship here, but hey, you know, it's going to be for an emergency. Like, basically they said it.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Skyship Winglet.
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big since from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity, that's true.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
Fontainians are so special to me now. Like, after all this, they're all baby Oceanids who turn into humans and then, like, everything from the start. What a story. What a fucking story.
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
Come on.
That's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me.
There's more.
You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Oh, right. Yeah, Risley was out.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Let's go. For a better tomorrow. Finale, go to Poisson. I'm just going straight away. That scene was also extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. Oh, Fatui. They want her cooperation now, don't they? They have her cooperation. They can ask her for favors.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
They're gonna make her the new Signora.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here.
Oh.
We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
They don't want to be known for their good hearts. They want to be known as the Snezhnayan cult.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Friendly neighbors.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
Chlorine is there helping.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Chlorine?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
I love her voice so much. She reminds me of the voice actress, the similar voice of Lightning from Final Fantasy 13. I know it's not the same, but it does give me the same kind of feeling when I hear her. I always think of lightning for some reason. Well, for some reason.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
For Navia's sake? Hey, girl, know your limits.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Yeah, take pictures of us. Let's take some pictures. After all this. Immediately. Also, look at my face. I mean, not my face. The Traveler's face. Lumines. She's judging Navia. She's like, really now? After all we went through, you want to take pictures?
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. Alright, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Paimon is the center? Oh.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Yeah, she did.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. Alright, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. Alright, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media?
After all the things you guys went through, I feel like that's the least right now, right? You can give them the coverage. You should all work together towards a better future for Fontaine. Like, the things you learn should bond you forever.
I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Wriothesley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
So cute.
Good.
What
So
flavor
freaking
biscuits
cute.
would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
Good.
All right. Leave it to me.
Oh, I would love for some chocolate right now.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
Oh my god, she got a new lipstick? Is that what she thought about after everything? She was like, now that the disaster has finished, the prophecy was false. Let me go to a store and get a new lipstick. I'm joking, of course. She's just adorable. she's adorable because of the way she's like trying to be like so. I don't think she's trying. I think that's her. Like, she's quiet. She gives off the vibes that she's really serious and very like unapproachable. But in fact, she just needs someone to pull her a bit and, you know, let her feel a bit more comfortable. I'm getting both of these characters, by the way. I don't care what's happening.
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
I forgot that Sijuin gave her a gift. I forgot about it. Yeah, of course. She got Chlorine like the lipstick. Oh my god, I forgot. Thanks. Yeah, I forgot about it. She's drinking that. How could I forget? Charlotte getting her dream coming true.
Guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
I mean,
Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
I did miss you, right? I don't have him. I had to skip both him and Neuvillette for Furina, and then whoever else is coming. Navia, Corinne.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
It's happening. Oh, Jurio. How do you call him? Jurio? And Lurvin.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
The couple that doesn't know it's a couple.
Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
I mean, they don't look very good. You guys both look like you're forced to have your pictures be taken. So no.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Juria.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
Where did his nose go? It's somewhere there, not visible at all.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
You're not getting that.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a
Tell
ship.
her. Don't tell her. He's gonna go try to find your factory, and she's gonna stand there around like hiding until she finds a chance.
Really? Well then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
That's a trick. She's still gonna go for that ship. She really does not know how to squeeze opportunities for all their worth. It does know. She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all their worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
What a... See, side note, this is humor.
Well then, two separate
photos will do?
I'm sorry.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
She's gonna say, you look great. You look good.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here.
Seeds
Would any of
Ween.
you like to try this new drink I came up with?
This is also a character I will get no matter what. I'm just saying.
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Her expression is like so scary. It's like you don't know what's happening in her brain right now. She might be like thinking of ways to like hurt you or something. Would you send me your Star Rail ID later? Yes, I will. I will on Discord as soon as I finish. Thank you for coming, Zero. Thank you for keeping me company. I hope you enjoyed the story.
Sure. Do I have to smile?
Hey.
So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I mean, I think he does want a bit of that. He does. Till next time, Zero. Take care.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
You talk with Risley for a while and share news from above.
Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Oh, yeah. Where's Child? Where did she throw him into?
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Yeah, she left, right?
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
That was fast. What did you do? Like, okay, click. Okay, we're done. Perfect pictures. Thank you. Thank you, Siegeween. Bye. I'm going back to Risley, to the Duke.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Okay, good. Bye now.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Yes.
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
I told you. He gave her ideas. You can't say anything to her. She will keep it forever in her brain and use it in whatever way she wants to. But I like her. I like her. I like her a lot. Oh my god. I see Lynette and Lini. It's where we met them. And Fremine.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Very familiar feeling.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
Yes.
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
This is adorable. Yeah. Don't look at us.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Yes. Yes.
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Why is he so adorable? He's so freaking adorable.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
Some need a little bit of push. Some take their own time, but you can always take your time. Sometimes it's good to be a bit pushed, a tiny bit. You know, tiny.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
Yeah, definitely. Sounds safe.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Good question.
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
We're grateful for her help as well, and all of your help from all of you. She probably does have something else going on, but she did help greatly. All the people from the Fatui helped.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Looking for the nosis.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's nosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Why? What? After she got the nosis from the Fossilor, he gave it to her?
A diplomatic gift? A nosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down.
Yeah, it could be many reasons. I mean, she knew what she was doing. She knew.
Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
She knew. She freaking knew.
That's true, but this is a nosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
Let's go talk to him and see what his train of thought was.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Oh.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The nosis was given to the Knave, right? What about Child?
Do we know?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
No. Poor child. His poor health. Okay, so we're not seeing him in Atlan, right? Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Where are you, demon? There she is.
Father.
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
There's more to see from her. There's more to see.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
What the hell was that?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
Oh, right. I do believe that she did want to help, though. She did care. I do believe that.
Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
When I return to Mondstadt, I will be a completely different person from when I started in Mondstadt. The whole story. Because, like, I really see us keep collaborating with the Fatui. I don't know until when. And we're probably gonna fight most of the Harbingers every possibility. Like, in the future, we'll meet them, we'll later on fight them. But I feel like at the end, we're all gonna collaborate against the Celestia and the Heavenly Principles. All of us, like everyone we met. I feel this is where it's leading up to. A whole war again. And yeah. Yeah. With everyone. Yeah, can you please... I remember something. Please help us deliver this to child.
A vision? Alright. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Ugh. Why did we give it to her? She might destroy it or something. Just to mock him. Oh, look what I did to your vision. You don't need it. You can have your delusion. Yeah, but when someone loses a vision, they lose memories and... Yeah, whatever.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
God, that expression is so scary. And her mouth. I don't think she likes Charlotte.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Oh no.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell. I will miss you.
Father.
But not really. After she left. I mean, I will miss her. Because she's a very cool character to have around. She's scary. You don't know how things are gonna go when she's around. And I want to learn what's up with her. I have a theory that she's cursed. And probably she has been tainted so badly by it, but that she's losing it. And that also she's like really hopeless for the future. She thinks she can escape that, and that's what's driving her mad. But I could be wrong. Well, I probably am wrong, because the writers don't write so simple things. Like, the things they write are not that simple, I mean. there's more to it. Like, I was shook at with Fossilor.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
No problem, Charlotte. We're very happy to have you. You're a wonderful person. And you're doing your job really well.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Don't give that to Paimon. She's gonna put food in there like crazy. It's gonna be filled with leftovers from 10 days before.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets.
Babies. I love them too.
I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. Alright then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Take care.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see how Neuvillette's doing? The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Neuvillette. I'm back. I'm here.
So, you really are here, Neuvillette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
We're about to learn.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Yeah. Neuvillette sighs softly before telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. Oh, off screen. Fossilor deceived the heavenly principles and used Furina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
So that's what happened?
We saw the same, but from Furina's perspective.
Fossilor destroyed
Well, not the same.
divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign.
So cool.
But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics.
Incomplete humans.
But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
So he made them into fully fledged people, like he became fully fledged dragon. He made them into people?
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
What a wonderful character. I'm so pulling for him when he's back. I can't help it.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Your verdict was the key. You could say that it was at that moment that the Fontainians were finally truly born. They came back from the sea and they were born again.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn
What a wonderful story. What a beautiful story.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Yeah, where's my sibling?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Thank God it's not asking about the sibling. Thank God. Okay, about the initial verdict that was passed on Child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
We don't know, but the second one sounds possible.
Guess Focalors had Fontaine
Both,
in
but...
mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans.
Yeah, it was.
Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual.
Oh!
Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it.
What?
Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's future?
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina has already left. What's that all about?
Where is she?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Oh, yes. She does. She's so tired.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
She is an ordinary person. She's no ordinary person. She's a hero. Even though she was tricked, she's a hero.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal.
Next time, I have to do her quest. That's it.
But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalors the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalors passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts.
That's good.
From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
That's good. He has taken part in many trials. He knows how to do it. He knows what's fair and what isn't. He can be a wonderful judge.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person.
Perfect.
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
That's true.
Where are they getting their energy from?
I wonder.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a
Of
complete
course.
substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine
So
immediately.
he is the one powering up everything. It makes sense at the end. At the end of the day, it makes sense. I think like everything was about him at the end. Like he did save everyone. He did turn them into humans. And I'm not saying Furina was the one who took all this thing on her back. She carried it. And then Fossilor also had to... all she did was do research and die at the end. Like, not research, like she was gathering the... what's the name of it? The medium, or sorry. She was gathering that and she was like... just waiting and hiding. And at the end she sacrificed her life so Neuvillette could be who he is. And Furina was also finally free. And she tricked the heavenly principles. MVPs of the whole Fontaine arc. Very sad if you think about it. But also satisfying in a way. Because she did what she wanted to do and she got it. And it happened.
Dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
She liked the ancient dragon's authority. She wishes she was a dragon now. Maybe she can become one day. If you look at her face while I say that, it's so possible that she's actually thinking of that.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the nosis, what did you do?
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the Knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations! Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the Knave and as an apology to Child.
It's not that simple, right? Come on.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the next stop.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume?
Yes.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Ooh.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
I don't think so.
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Oh, why?
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be dragons, witches, harbingers, Oceanids, all of them against the freaking Celestia. It's happening.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Oh.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Oof. To be honest though, he's the least threatening to me. Probably like... I feel like he's the least threatening to me. And yeah, no. And well, Child doesn't count. Child is a baby, but like... The Captain. I feel like he could... You know... I feel like he could prove at the end that he's not really, you know, how should I say it? I don't know how to say it. My English is failing me. Yeah, I don't feel the captain is like the others. I think he could be a good person. Not that the others are necessarily bad. I don't know what to expect from them. Well, Dottore is bad. Dottore is awful. Hi, Dottore. How are you doing? I'm doing good.
Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
Yeah, because you have to meet all of them.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
I can't believe Fontaine is done. Jesus Christ.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I have no more questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
Yes?
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oh my. It's happening. The big reveal of the Nosis.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, alright, Neuvillette?
Wow.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend.
What? What does that mean?
I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
What does that mean?
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The remains of the third descender?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a nosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. Which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans.
Wait, because this is huge.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? Is this... What's happening here?
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Oh no, she's never coming out again. Wow.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
So the nosis carry like remains of a dead person?
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the nosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
Awful.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play.
Yeah.
That is what she meant to say.
That's what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
So that's the reason, the real reason. And dissenter, she mentioned one of them. I'm the fourth dissenter. One, that the Gnosis are related to dissenters, and two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
The music?
I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Yes.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
Everything is like connecting.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck.
Yeah, let's stay away from Gnosis. We don't need them anymore. Whenever we find one, we throw it away.
Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
Yeah.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
We fixed everything.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Wow, what an ending. Oh, what an ending. Jesus Christ. That's it for today. The quest was really good. It was the best by far. It was very intense. It was incredibly emotional. Furina, the story of Furina, Focalor, I did not expect it to be that way. I'm so happy to see Navia doing well, and now being like in the newspaper, and like she's rebuilding Poisson alongside Clorent. And I wish Melus and Silver were not really gone. That was my last hope at the end, but unfortunately that was the case. Everything had its ending, but now it's a new beginning, because now they're reborn again as real humans, fully fledged humans. And what could be more perfect than this, right? Focalor's sacrifice had the did its thing. Like, that was the whole point. And it worked. Incredible. Very well done. Very good writing. And I really want to get Neuvillette. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. Stay safe. And I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Take care.